Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to Wizardry.
Yeah, yesterday I came up with something that I wanted to talk about before I started stream. And I don't remember what it is, at all. I don't, at all remember what it was. So I guess we're just going to start. When last we left off, we'd figured out how to rest. Imagine the life we could leave. Imagine the life we could... I mean, given how many times we've died in this, which is fully going uncounted because I still haven't been... it's still crazy to me that this search button doesn't go for my own desktop first. It actually does. It is very... You gonna start? There we go. I hit the button to start this a while ago, and I think that it was trying to run some Microsoft thing, and I'm gonna have to install Linux soon. It's gonna have to happen. I feel like my computer's rotting before my very eyes. Alright. We've hit level 6, and I actually need to figure out a few things. So, one thing that I'll talk a bit about some of the mechanical stuff that I figured out. So, I slept last night. So this is the first day that I'm going to be coming in with more than 2 hours of sleep under my belt. So that's when I was looking at the mechanics yesterday at the end of stream, I was actually so tired that it took me a long time to parse the actual implications of any of what it meant. Right? I got the idea of okay, anything below 15 doesn't matter. Right? The stats just are irrelevant unless they're outside of the 6 to 15 range. Okay, gotcha. The actual specific details of it are important. So, it looks to me, based off of what I was looking at yesterday, that the stats cap at 18. So 18 is the highest value your stats can reach at all. They supposedly have a 75% chance to either increase or decrease by 1 every time you level up. And what that means in practice is once it's 18, your stat is going to fluctuate between 17 and 18, but with a decent chance to drop back down to 16, because of the fact that once it's already 18... Well, unless it can't change when it's 18, but I didn't see anything indicating that it couldn't change when it was 18. I got the impression that when it's 18, it will... it will not go up any higher, but I didn't get the impression that it couldn't go down. Do I have anybody who has 17 strength that had 18? Did you have 18 strength? The thing is that I don't know if Croissant had 18 strength. So, yes, here's a big thing. Here's a big thing that the thing I was looking at says your hit dice are recalculated every level. It basically re-rolls the hit dice every level. And I'm okay, that's a weird way to describe that, right? The hit dice are re-rolled every level, and if you get a lower value than the value that you started with, I have 37 HP right now, right? So this is based off of... What level am I? This is 68. No, sorry, it's 78 because I'm a samurai. So 78 HP. And I have 37. So with 78, once I get to 88, it doesn't just give me a roll of the last hit die, like you would expect. So in D&D, what happens is each level you roll the new hit die. In this, you're re-rolling every hit die. So since you're re-rolling every hit die, if I rolled a 20, my HP doesn't change. Or presumably it increases by 1. Presumably it increases by 1, because my HP keeps increasing by 1. And I keep wondering, if I have a D10, how am I increasing my HP by 1 so consistently? Right? That seems very strange. And the reason is because I'm rolling a lower value than the value that I started with. So, let's see here. So yeah, that's what's going on there. So the reason that I had a character who was able to roll up, like they got plus 19 HP in one level, is because they had low rolls for a while, and they were really far behind on HP. And then they rolled a decent roll, which brought them up to parity with the rest of the party, and gives them a huge boost in that level. But then the next level, they have a higher... They've rolled higher on all of the other dice. There's less room to grow on the next level, which is why you don't see really huge swings on the early levels. But it also means, importantly, that your character is never permanently fucked. Until they get old, because they actually... So the calculation on how likely they are to go up or down is dependent on how old they are. Now, according to the thing I was looking at, the character doesn't age when you rest, and resting is a full week. Resting is not a day. But allegedly, your age does not go up when that happens. So, when you change your class, I think you lose like 10 years. You lose 10 years and all of your stats go down to like the base level for your race, which is pretty rough. That's pretty rough. But yeah, it's all good. So, with that being the case, we don't have the ability to become ninjas, I'm realizing. The other thing that's kind of funny, as well, is that because I don't have any good characters, I don't have the opportunity to become evil. So there's a whole mechanic in the game that I have not seen, that I probably will never see, because I'm not running any good characters. And it's all good. So I won't spoil it just in case we actually run into the mechanic at some point. Let's see. We have $480, and I guess let's just head straight to the elevator. I think heading straight to the elevator is the way to go. You know, I'm now realizing that this whole UI was meant to be interacted with just hotkeys and not with a mouse. Okay, so let's see if I can remember how to navigate the very difficult path to this elevator. Let's go to floor 2. Wait, is this the place? Am I literally at the place that... No, right? I'm a little concerned. There's like 18 of these, and they're AoE? Okay. They only hit for 1 damage. They're using breath weapons. Okay. Man, do I wish I had an AoE right about now. So, presumably, this is going to be a breath check. Not an AC check, but I could be wrong. I think these should be fairly easy to kill. Oh! I can use multiple swings on multiple targets. Oh, that's real cool. Unless I'm wrong. Did I... No, I think I just used Toledo and didn't notice. Did I? Yeah, it looks like I just... I did the Halitos of it. Alright. So this is probably a preset fight for this location, would be my assumption. Yeah, it took me a while to really internalize what I was reading. Yesterday, I was like, God, you know, being tired is not... Whoa! That's a lot of money. Okay, so here we have 4 priests. I wonder if specific creatures have, like, specific, drops. I'll get the timer started. So this goes to here. And this did just give me a normal encounter. I didn't get the encounter with the mimics. Buddy, mistakes were made. One guy's like, I'm gonna just... I think we've got this, guys. We've got this. Alright, so... Should I go to floor 3? I'm gonna go to floor 3. We're gonna see what happens. I'm a little concerned that I'm gonna get myself stuck in a place that I can't, like, get out of. Okay, this is definitely higher level enemies. Grave Mist and Rotting Corpses. They don't give that much extra. I'm gonna use Dispel Undead on the Grave Mist. The other thing is that every time you heal with the church, healing at the temple is... fuck. That was a one-way trip. I can't believe I got paralyzed as I'm going into a one-way exit. Wow, these maps are complicated. Okay. I had forgotten how common one-way doors were in these early games. I wonder why they were. Like, is this a thing that was pulled a lot in, like, D&D campaigns? It's just, like, one-way passageways? Just to make the mapping harder? For the players to manage? I wonder. Capybaras? Okay. Indeed. Well, we're fighting a bunch of capybaras, that's fine. Okay, they are worth a decent amount of EXP. It would be nice to level up Waffle and get a spell that just cures paralysis. I don't know if such a spell exists. The thing that I was looking at had on it a... okay, this, I believe, is the corridor I was just in. Yes. Alright, so this is a completely self-contained section as well. Seemingly. I wonder if the elevator is just there to, you know what's interesting? When I was a kid, it came more naturally to me to just count how many... Maybe it's partially just because I'm talking. Maybe that's part of why. But like when I was a kid, I would very, like, as a matter of course, count the route out. And I'm finding that right now, I haven't, like, really counted out any of the pathways that I've gone through, even the paths that, like, I've taken many, many times. I still haven't counted them out. I don't know how long it is to reach that first thing. I think it's partially because there's an actual, like, animation to it. So, like, before it would be like you would put in the inputs and instantaneously you'd be going through it. I wonder, is there a setting for that? Let me see if I can emulate the let's see. Oh, so aging from in is disabled because in the original game, the game was bugged, and so aging didn't happen when you were at the inn. Gotcha. Interesting. Age theme. So aging from in is disabled on the console version as well. Some people in the comments of that thing were talking about, like, the differences between the NES version and the Apple II version. So action redirection is disabled. So the Honor Guard reward is only once on this. I wonder what Haman is. Maybe Haman is an AoE spell? Oh, there is a bestiary here. Cool. So can I see? No. So we jump from Creeping Coin. 91. To Capybara. Oh, and it tells you who identified them. That's cool. This is worth so much EXP. Oh my goodness. This is very funny. This character reminds me so strongly. Oh, actually? Paralysis counts as death. We established this. So Murphy's Ghost is 77. So Murphy's Ghost is clearly a boss. I have no idea what I'm actually supposed to be doing, is the thing. How do I level? Yeah. So Vitality dropped. Ooh! We got access to second level spells. Also, we got plus 12 HP, which brings us to where French Toast was. Oh. Sorry, I need to go talk to my friends and escort them out before they drop a huge thing on the thing. Hello, friend. Yes. You're very cute, but I'm worried you're going to drop it. At some point, that bird's gonna realize that it's much smarter to not chirp when it's in the house. It's gonna figure it out. Its friend didn't even join it this time, so it was only one this time. Oh my god, my luck is so bad. So one thing that we're gonna be on the lookout for is whether we get a minus while we're at 18. So I want to see if my stats drift toward 18 and stop there, or if my stats fluctuate between 17 and 18. So we have 3 18s, and those 18s did not change. Good to know. Could be just randomness. We don't know. Right, shit. 62 to hit the next level, that's rough. Okay, the 18 did not change. Okay, 16 dropped to 15. So the other thing the other thing of note that is important to note. Ooh, Croissant has got 2 bad rolls in a row. Muffin is actually the same as Croissant. Both in a real rough play. Look at frickin' French Toast. Wait, did French Toast just roll a perfect roll? No, right? So 88 should be 64. So out of a maximum of 64 HP, French Toast rolled 56. That's an average of a 7 on the die. An 88, average of 7. Let's go. That's crazy. It's like all 8s and a 1. That's actually not true, because that would only be -6 and 80. Don't worry about it. That would only be -7. It needs to be -8, but don't worry about it. So it would be like all 8s, a 7, and a 1. Don't worry about it. Let's see. Sorry, now I'm just going through my head of a bunch of combinations of like 6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, 7, 7. We don't need to worry about it. It's fine. We don't need to worry about it. Okay, do we go to the next floor? So the age mechanic basically is a very interesting one. If we can actually cap our stats by just getting our stats up to 18, it actually makes a degree of sense to just make an entirely evil team and make them all ninjas eventually. Like, I made everyone samurai because samurai are funny, but if we were going for trying to optimize, I think we would be better off making everyone evil and having them have high stats at the beginning, and making them, I don't know, a mix of classes depending on what we want to accomplish, and then respecking them over to ninja later once they have the things that they need. Okay, did not block myself off. Private elevator, authorized users only. I wonder if I need a key for this door, and if I walk out, I'm going to get completely screwed. Because the fact that it says private elevator concerns me. I don't really want to lock myself into floor 4. I'm going to go to floor 2 again. I'm curious, if I go to floor 2, do I run into a mimic here immediately? I do not. Okay, so we have a bunch of ghosts of some sort here. The gas clouds. It's Pride Month. Is it still Pride Month? No. You know what? It's always Pride Month. It's always Pride Month in this house. This is not a very colorful house, honestly. We like a lot of browns, like tree browns and tree greens. That's the color scheme that we like in this house. Okay, we're opening the chest. We're gonna have French Toast open it. French Toast is poisoned. That's too bad, but that's also fine because you're gonna walk right out. But yeah, ninjas have the ability to disarm stuff. You know what I could do? You know what I could do? I think Waffle's gonna become a ninja if we get there. If we get to the point where we're sitting on a lot of levels, we'll make Waffle a ninja. What we're basically looking for is to get access to our first max level spell. Once we have our first max level spell, we can make Waffle a ninja. Alright, so we'll stay with you. The 18s have not shifted. We got 3 new spells. So, the other thing that is cool is that the basic way that spells work is incredibly bizarre. So I was wondering why some characters got different amount of spell points than other characters. The reason is incredibly bizarre. Basically, the number of spell points you have for a given spell level is equal to the number of spells that you've learned for that level. Ooh. You have Sopic? That's actually amazing. So Sopic on a frontliner, this will make me give me -3 AC. That's pretty dang good. Let's see. What do you have? You have Darkness, which isn't that interesting. But yeah, I'm curious. There have to be more spells than the spells that I've learned so far, right? Is there like a spell thing? But yeah, so the other thing is that there's also a like spells per level, so spells based off of your actual level game. In the class that you're in, that can be higher but cannot be lower than the value for how many spells you have. So as you can see, I have 6 here. It's because I've leveled up enough as a bishop that it's higher than the 4 that I have for just the spell. Are there really only 4 spells in this? Badios. Yeah, so I could get a -5, which would be pretty badass. The samurai are pretty cool. If I'm not multi-classing, the samurai I think are a good choice. If you're multi-classing, it's probably better to use like a dedicated caster class as your first class, but we're not really puttering with multi-classing right now. Do I want to heal before I go back into the depths? Oh, right. The other thing that I wanted to check is that apparently the multi-classing system from this game predates multi-classing in Dungeons & Dragons. Give me a second. Oh my. So I would have to check because I think first edition had multi-classing rules. So I'd have to check. This game only came out 4 years after the first edition, and I don't know when they revised first edition to have. Like, I think in a Splat book they added, or like in the Dragon magazine or something like that, they added multi-classing rules to first edition, not to be confused with Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, which had multi-classing built in at the start, I believe. So this game's rules for multi-classing might actually predate the rules in D&D proper, which is wild to think of. That like the people who made second edition had 8 years to be learning from what games like this did, and to build on what they did in things like this, when deciding to make deciding what the rules would look like for AD&D. I think that's super cool and interesting. I'm going to assume that I need to go through here. We've already gone that way. So these can poison me. If these poison me, I need to flee immediately. That was not a kill. Fuck me. Oh my god. Everybody's poisoned on round 1. There we go. So with 3 people poisoned... we'll want to take the most efficient route to the exit. This... okay, that's the boss door. Okay, so now we know there's a door that leads to the boss there. Which I apparently never went through. Oh no, I took another 4 damage. I think we're fine. We have a lot of HP on everybody now, so... this does unfortunately mean that we are going to have to spend a bunch of time dicking around here. Wait, did I... fuck me. I was wondering why it was taking so long. I needed to take a quick route, and I have gone completely off track. I might actually die here. I keep going through that door. I need to turn to the right when I reach the end of that hallway, instead of continuing onward. I'm gonna abandon that chest, because I'm way too injured already. Fuck. Oh, that's bad. That's not what I'm looking for, buddy. And do I actually... oh, and it is actually percentage based, now that I think about it. It's a chance that the poison affects you. It's not 100%. Is it this? Yes. Pancake's getting real bad luck. We made it. Okay, so what we're going to do right now, actually, is we're going to visit the inn. No. We're going to visit the tavern. We're going to remove Croissant from the party. And then we are going to add Cruller to the party. And then we're going to visit the inn. Waffle will stay for free. But yeah, so one of the things that's interesting about this is because of the fact that you don't advance time for the character that's doing this, it massively improves the gameplay. It's interesting because it's listed as a bug. I would be curious if they actually like deliberately disabled it. Because the optimal play is to just create a fresh level 1 priest to heal you anytime you need healing. Or you don't need to make a fresh priest, you don't need to worry about it that way. But like you need to not use your characters to rest that you're actually using in your party. if you want to sort of like maintain your stuff. One thing that I'm curious about is if your stats don't go down. Oh wait, no, they have a 75% chance to go up. So if that happened, it wouldn't label it as doing anything anyway. All right, yes, this is. If I do it with my mouse and keyboard, I have fewer inputs that I need to do because it doesn't switch back to the other menu. So we haven't gotten clarification yet on whether my stats will go down when they're 18 or not. Let's see. Visit. I am very much looking forward to getting access to second levels healing spells with Waffle, just so that I have another set of heals to play with. Because Dios is not getting the job done. I do think that if I'm being honest, I actually feel like it might make the most sense to start every character as a priest. Just to have access to Dio. Like, if you're not planning on doing significant multi-classing. If you're planning on doing significant multi-classing, then things change. But if you're doing just like you're planning on just having your characters run straight, kind of like the way that I'm doing it right now, I think it actually makes the most sense to start them as priests. And you could level up as a priest if you wanted, but it's not really necessary. Like you could if you wanted, like level up to level 3 as a priest or whatever. But getting yourself up one level of priest and then dumping straight over to fighter or whatever class you're going to play as gives you access to healing for the rest of the game. And as long as you have a first level priest spell, you will continue to learn priest spells from then on. Which is interesting. So you'll continue to learn priest spells, but you'll only learn them up to the same level that you've already learned, right? So if you have first level priest spells, you will eventually learn the entire first level priest spell book, and you'll keep that forever. You never lose those spells. So as a fighter, you'll still learn the other first level spells. You don't need to like level up as a different class in order to make it happen. Nice. So everybody is a tiny bit wounded. Just a tiny bit. We're going to switch our party back. We'll visit the inn. Visit the tavern. I actually think it's really cool seeing how much of this stuff was in the original game. Like, reading the manual, that notification of how much EXP you need to level up, that notification's in the original game. Like that's a prompt from the original game. I guess you could also just see it here, right on this side. I'm sure that it shows up in that text window. And yes, you can see the entire text window from there. It's so funny that you have to be of evil alignment to be a ninja. It's very funny that it just has this alignment system that's like what's the point? It's like, well, you know, D&D did it. D&D did it, so we gotta do it. Alright, we only need 300 EXP to level up with Waffle. Hopefully leveling up with Waffle gets us access to a new spell level, because I would love me a new spell level. Do we need another piece of plate armor? I don't think so. I don't think we need more plate. I think what we need is to go deeper and not get screwed by paralysis procs. Okay. So, yes, we're going this way. I feel pretty confident moving into the next fight. Like, I think we'll be fine. So we go in here, and then here, there's a bear door. Do I go through the bear door? Because I don't have a... I haven't placed any of the statuettes yet. Is the thing? So these are the slimes from the first level, I think. So I think we go for the gas clouds because I'm more worried about them poisoning me. I guess they use Halido. Alright, so we just got the bubbly slimes. Easy peasy. No Trapperino. And Waffle's just leveled up. We're going to go level up before we tackle this boss. I actually think that we've gotten over-leveled. Based off... So... It's a weird element of wizardry that I think is... hidden in Wizardry 8 because of the fact that you have like the level scaling for the enemies, which is that you actually end up getting like really strong pretty fast, I feel. So the 18s have stayed exactly static, and we got a new spell point and a new spell for Thinger. We've got a new arcane spell. So, unfortunately, level 7 did not give us what we were looking for. But I think this is a spell that we haven't found yet. I wonder if it just goes from top to bottom of the spell list. It can't go top to bottom of the spell list, right? Oh, okay. Never mind. I got a new priest spell. Porphic is -4 AC bonus for caster for the encounter. But yeah, we now have 5 spell points available to us. I will actually start casting spells. I'm gonna heal myself before we go into the dungeon again. Since we are right here, we might as well. This seems like a very fun project. Oh, I have a statuette of the bear. It requires the bear. That's probably a door that requires the key. The bear key. But don't worry about it. So 15,000 EXP for next level? Holy shit. I'm just realizing that there's... Is that a bear? What could argue that it's a bear? Oh wait, that's an ant, probably. I was thinking this was some sort of like crab, but I think it's actually an ant. It's like an ant with like multiple antennae or something. Okay. Also, it does count as, like, a movement when you run into a wall. That's good to know. Good to know. Okay, so the arrangement of the room, as far as I can tell, is yes. So basically, this space in front of me is a wall, and then it goes around to the left, up, right, comes back down to this spot on the other side of this wall, goes forward, and then right. And so it's basically like that shape of room. So the question is what I'm supposed to do with that. Because I've checked all the walls, but I haven't checked them all for everything. I've only checked them... Am I going to just have to check all the walls? Is there a spell that will light up the room? Where's the torchlight spam now, huh? Oh. It's a lot of rogues. It's a lot of rogues. That's not even dead. Okay. Easy peasy. So, where am I? Wait. No, we do need to kill these because these are the ones that are gonna. Fuck. We're not that far from the entrance. The priority is still the zombies. Do not want to get paralyzed. Okay, we're golden. So, no other characters are going to get poisoned, which means that I only have to worry about healing up Pancake as we go back out. We're unfortunately going to take a lot of damage from that poison on the way out. I could use one of those antidote potions that I'm almost positive I have in my inventory. Oh! Wait. I just realized. I think Waffle can identify items. One of the things on the list. On the wrong wall. So completely. That is so many slimes. So rude. Incredibly rude. Okay. Sorry, I've been hit by a wave of fatigue. So, the weird humanoids are dead. Now we just need to walk back out to the exit, and unfortunately then we have to heal back up manually. Yeah, because of the fact that the game doesn't like aid you when you rest, it basically means that you don't have to worry about your priest just getting way older than everyone else, while everybody else is just relying on them to heal, which is good. So that's part of the reason why I feel like that is a potentially like deliberate change as opposed to a thinger. Because if given how weak the inn is for healing and stuff like that, it makes more sense to me for that to be that way. It is very funny how, like, apparently we're sleeping for a week, and sleeping for a week in a normal bed heals 1 hit point. It's like, goddamn. This is like some real world levels of fucking health recovery here. We're fully outside the spectrum of fantasy, you know, I'm super strong warrior who can actually go and fight, and I am just like a dude who, you know, got a gash in his arm, and I guess I'm just gonna wait 2 months for it to heal. It's a funny thing about like RPGs is like one of the most ridiculous things about like fantasy is not like the feats of strength. The feats of strength are often like downplayed actually. Like if you see the kinds of feats of strength people actually achieve in real life, what's considered a feat of strength in fantasy is actually not that impressive, right? It's not that fantastical. The thing that's impressive is that when they do that feat of strength, they don't pull their back and then get like incapacitated for 6 months. Right? Like the ability to do the thing in the moment, strength is downplayed a lot, I think. Right? This is true for both the characters that are strong and characters that are not supposed to be strong. Like, characters who are not supposed to be strong should probably peak at feats of strength roughly where the characters that are, you know, like your... not necessarily like your Conans, but like pretty far up there, because like you can pull off some crazy shit if you're hopped up on enough adrenaline, right? And also if you're willing to destroy your body to make it happen is the key. Right? It's like it like makes the most sense in fantasy to think of everyone is holding back, and that's why everyone is able to recover from injury so quickly, is because no one's actually exerting themselves to the point where they would get injured. Right? That's like the dynamic going on, I feel, is that everybody's just kind of like, okay, if I just hold, you know what, look, This is a really big, heavy object. You think I might pull my back if I try that? We need to get like This thing weighs at least 20 pounds. We need to get the barbarian to do this, because the barbarian's not going to pull us back. He knows how to lift the thing. But yeah, like, this game is like, no. It's going to take the amount of time it takes to heal up from an injury. Though one thing that I think is very funny is that the way that injuries are handled. So I have the ability to go one across. Okay. Oops. Okay. Men in Chain. Why does it say Men in Chain? This says leather-clad men. Good H, please. Now we've identified the highwaymen. Yes, we have to open the chest. Okay, we don't take very much damage. That's a gold key. Okay. Okay. It was a bit desync there. Okay, so we're here. Okay. We've only taken a little bit of damage. We've taken a fair bit of damage. I think I'm actually going to go out. Since I do have a fair bit of damage on French Toast, so there's a possibility that I'm going to run into a boss. We got the key there. So the basic way that that room was laid out is that it wasn't actually symmetrical. If I was actually, like, counting... Ooh! We got the Pile of Mimics. So the Pile of Mimics was just a random encounter that we just kind of, like, RNG'd into. So this is going to be so much EXP. It's going to be great. So basically the way that room was arrayed, it was actually slightly off-center. So it was basically a box in the middle of the room, right? That is however wide it is. But it's basically a box in the middle of the room. And then in that box, there was an entryway at the top. So you start out at the bottom of the room. You're starting out at the bottom of the room. And then this thing here is the box. You walk around the box, and then you come here, and there's a gap here. There's this, and then you walk straight into here, and then you go here to the right. It's actually the left. It's like the west side of the box, right? Well, I guess you're reversed for me. Whatever, it doesn't matter. You go this way, right? And then you go up, and there's a door there. So that's the gist of what was going on. I can easily tell where I'm moving in the dark. Like, it's very easy for me to keep track of my directions in the dark as long as I don't run into a random encounter and forget where I was standing. But, like, I don't know how obvious it is what direction I'm moving and when I'm turning and stuff like that in the dark. I would imagine it's much harder for you all to keep track because you're not literally pressing the buttons. I'm pressing the buttons. I know I just press forward, so I know that I walk forward, right? And I know how many times I press the button. I know how, like, you can count the number of times the screen moves forward and stops, and moves forward and stops. But I don't know if that's as easy as it is to do it. Like, I haven't done that. So maybe it's just as easy. Maybe I'm just talking a bunch of nonsense, and it's like, no, actually, we were able to keep track of where you were in the room very easily. I don't know what you're talking about. And maybe it's like really hard, and it was very useful that I described how the room works. But yeah, I haven't been keeping a very strong, like, map of this section. Like, I have a vague idea of, like, how different sequences are shaped, but I only have, like, vague shapes associated with them. Let's see. Yes, I was going to pop out in order to just refresh my bishop's spells, because Waffle needs it. I can't believe Waffle has almost as much HP as, like, my other characters. Doesn't Waffle only get, like, a D6? Does Waffle have, like, 18 con or something like that? Is that what's going on? Waffle having the second highest HP in the party is insane. We're getting close. We're gonna level up to 8 soon. Let's see. So that's you. And it does look like you're gonna level up faster. You do have 18 vitality, but and so do you. Okay. The vitality is the thing. Is Shiro the only person who's died? That 45% reflex saving throw, holy shit. Oh, there it is! Wait. So, I think the issue... Oh my god! Okay, we have the ability to sell these antidotes for money. So, having a bishop in the party, very useful. Bishops are pretty dang nice to have. Also, I think that I would want my rogue to have balanced stats. To just have stats as, like, balanced as possible so that they have the easiest time getting to 17 and everything so they can respec over to ninja. If I was going to make a rogue, that's what I would do. Honestly, the game has let me get away with way more bullshit than I expected. Most of my party's doing basically nothing in almost every fight. This. Yes, this rotates around from here. So, we basically just went through the interior pathway around around this section. I guess I could go back through it if I wanted. But Is there another route? Oh, well. It's giving me freebies. I wonder what kind of a check that is. Nice. So that involved teleportation, if I'm back there. Ouch. Okay. Wait a second. That's concerning. That's very concerning. That's a lot of damage. When it's not lit. Alright, so... something about something with it. The dungeon's dark. When it's not lit. Okay, so we're now in a section of the dungeon that I'm a little concerned about. I'm actually a lot concerned about it. The original gas clouds picture is very cute. I actually really appreciate the design of this as a remake. This is such a good idea. I'm actually really impressed. And by that I don't mean like, oh, they did a good job with this. I mean like, the job they did with this is, this feels to play really good. The ability to swap between mouse and keyboard controls. Oh, shit. So I was already in this hallway. I don't know why I thought that I'd passed this hallway already. That was very smart. The controls, the user interface, everything about it feels really solid to use. In a way that is kind of crazy to think of, considering that it's literally running the original game. Like, the fact that it's running the original software underneath this is really surprising. Like, it doesn't feel like it's running... it doesn't feel like it's running an old game like that to play. It just doesn't. It doesn't come across that way. So the game gives the the feel of a thing that isn't the original is the way that I would describe it. The feel of it feels more like a modern game that is an homage to an older game in the way that it plays, right? It doesn't feel clunky in the user interface and things like that in the way that I would necessarily expect. Some of the UI elements are a bit clunky. There's a lot of over-clicking that needs to happen to get to some of the aspects of the UI that I would like to get to. But not that feels like a little bit of, okay, the UI is a little clunky, more so than you're literally emulating a completely different UI frame, which is what's actually happening, right? So when I press the camp button, right, the reason that the hotkeys are different is because I'm using a completely different UI. This is the game that this is running on top of, right? This right here is the game. So when I press shift, I'm going into the camp menu, right? And then I have to click on a character to get to a thing. And the reason is because I'm now pressing 1 through 6, right? But I have a UI frame I can do this with. I can select 6, or let's say I want to do waffle. I can't press 5 to do waffle, but I can click on waffle. I can rotate to waffle. I can do all these different things to tell this screen, press 5, right? While I'm meandering on this, I'm actually on a tertiary user interface that doesn't interact at all with the base UI until I do very specific commands. So if I do this command, which also probably explains, let's go back to the inn. I want to check something. So one of the things that I noticed was if I'm at the tavern and I want to remove someone from the party, if I'm on the spells window, I can't... Wait, now I can. Why can I do it now? Okay, well, I don't know why I can now, but couldn't before. Don't worry about it. But when I was on the spells window, I couldn't do it. And the reason is presumably because the thing doesn't appear here now. For whatever reason, I guess the UI here is just different enough, and it's we don't need it. But it's presumably because I had a combination of screens open that are incompatible with the original game, and so I was creating a UI state that just doesn't have any appropriate. I'm delivering a message to the game UI, the actual UI of the game, that is incompatible with the screen that I was on, so just nothing happens, right? So it's I'm pressing the C button for camp, this is sending the C button to here, and C doesn't do anything on that screen. That would be my assumption as to what's going on with that, is that it's just a weird idiosyncrasy of having a very particular set of game states active at the same time. That would be my assumption. I could be wrong, but that's my assumption as to what happened there. But I don't know. I think that there is a very strong let's see how I feel like most of the time when people make either like a remake or a remaster or something like that, they're going with one of two choices. They're either rebuilding the entire engine, right? Or they're just putting a veneer on top of the engine, right? And so you end up with a situation where you can have something that has like modern graphics, but doesn't feel at all modern to interact with and feels weird to interact with, right? Or you end up with a situation where you have a thing that fundamentally just behaves differently than the original did on like fundamental levels because you've rebuilt the entire engine. So you're either rebuilding the entire engine or you're just tacking something on top of it. And what they've done here is this interesting combination of what if the game that you're playing is almost like it's like what am I thinking? It's like you're running an operating system shell, right? Like, so it's like this game isn't a remaster. It's not a remake. It's a containment unit that houses the original game inside of it, and you don't interact directly with the original game. You don't interact with its UI directly. You don't do the direct interaction with it. Instead, you deliver your commands through this, upgraded shell, and then that shell says, "Okay, I'll talk to the old man. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'll talk to the old man. You don't have to worry about trying to figure out what the hell he's talking about. Okay, I can do it. I can talk to the uncle. Okay, and I don't know. I don't know that I've seen anything that makes that relationship this explicit, and I actually don't know that I've played anything that I got that impression of at all. That it's like, oh no, you're running, like, the game is an emulator, and the thing, and this, like an emulator, like it's the emulation software. It's not the ROM. The ROM is that little box in the corner, and this whole thing is DuckStation, right? Like this thing where you see Gilgamesh's Tavern, right? Manage the party. All this stuff. This is all shit that's not in the game. This is like most of this dialogue. All this stuff is from the manual, not from the game, right? So like all the like flavor that's on top of this is part of this shell that I don't know, man. I just think that I think it's really impressively done. When I first heard about it, I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of that's interesting. Like the project sounded vaguely interesting to me, but I wasn't like that intrigued by it, right? But now that I'm playing it, I'm like, this is like actually, if you're gonna run a really ancient DOS game, this is a masterclass in how to make an emulator for it. I think, like, if you want to make these old games playable, I think this is a great way to handle it. And one of the things that's nice is that by having the game that you're emulating in that bottom right corner, you just can see the thing you're emulating. The thing that you're running in the corner there, you can see, like, yes, this is the original game, right? Like the thing, like what I'm doing right here, the interactions that I'm doing are not local to it, but the interactions I'm doing here are allowing me to. They're like allowing me to interact with this ancient UI without needing to feel like the UI is fighting me the whole way. Like, I don't want to fight the UI to play this game, but I do want to play this game, right? Like, I want to experience the game. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I want to experience I'm going to fight the UI the whole way component of the game that exists, right? And stuff like, I don't know, I think it's pretty interesting. So that goes out to the other place. So we went into these doors but didn't actually do anything in them, I think. Oh. Used a normal physical attack. Oh, I need to move off and out of them. $130 and a shield. Let's go. Okay, Waffle, I believe in you. Okay, first, let's... No. Let's see here. Who has it? Probably French toast? Okay, so we identified the small shield. Okay, I don't think there's anything to do in this room. Okay, I assume I'm going to be turning out the lights here at some point. And that is a warning about... Huh. Oh, nice, we got more mimics. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad that I decided to play this. Like a lot of old school stuff, I do feel like. So what I would say is I don't know if starting with a level 2 party is part of the base game. Or not. I would assume not. I think that that's a good quality of life change, because I think that leveling from 1 to 2 is like a particularly kind of crazy part of the game. It's an interesting thing with games that are kind of like built off of D&D as a baseline, is that D&D at level 1 is terrifying. Before... I think they added death saves in 4th edition? Question mark? But I think 3rd edition had rules for unconsciousness. But you had lethal and non-lethal damage in the original game, which is very funny, because if you're knocked unconscious, you are probably going to die. if you fall unconscious from having been hit by, damage, you are probably dead because you probably just got hit in the head. Like, if somebody hits you with their fist and you lose consciousness, you are probably going to die. If you do not get medical attention, you are boned. So, So, this area seems to just be a trap, right? I checked. These doors. I feel like I've checked that whole sequence. This gets me... But yeah, they do have a few things that I don't know if they are connected to the actual game. Like the ability to detect a door. Like, I saw this door from, like, here? I guess I can see it from here. I wonder if there's a UI element that is glowing there in some way. Like, there's something indicating that there's something there. Okay, we've now got the gold key, but I have no idea where to go from here. Yeah, so the early levels seem really egregious, like really just hard to get through. Once you get through those early levels, I feel like it cools off a lot. And, like, it takes so long to navigate the space that you're gonna get quite a lot of levels naturally. The key is that at low level, it's just like if you like almost any fight has the significant chance of just killing you. I think I might end up going through the entire Wizardry series. It's kind of cool to see something that's parallel to D&D. Like something that's such an old game, or such an old series, that it's been developing its rules alongside D&D since first edition came out. Which is the way that I think is appropriate to think of it, is like, these are two systems developing in parallel. as opposed to like most games are just like completely like cribbing all the rules off of like D&D with like or are just fundamentally using different rule sets. But like for games that are like D&D adjacent, a lot of them are like just okay, this is just 3rd edition that we're using here, right? And maybe some of the rules are a little weird because it's got Jedi instead of like fantasy classes, but on a fundamental level it behaves very, very similarly, right? It's mostly under the hood taking from a modern D&D thing when they do it. When they create it, they're building off of something that is a modern D&D product. Whereas the Wizardry series, based on what I recall from Wizardry 8, it felt like some of the elements of it were... It felt very much like, okay, this has like similar heritage, but it doesn't feel like it's pulling from any modern D&D product, if that makes any sense. It feels like it's coming from a similar position, but what I'm seeing as I play this is the reason that is the way that it is because it's not pulling from a modern D&D product. It pulled from not even Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. Advanced D&D didn't exist yet. It pulled from the original Dungeons & Dragons and then was developing in parallel with D&D products over the course of the next 20 years. Right? By that point, super interesting. It's a super interesting phenomenon to see. Of like, oh, this is like... This is where the two are at their most similar. Right? You have breath saves. Your saving throws, by the way, were hidden in the original. If I look at my character sheet, you actually see more information than you could in the original. So if I inspect this character, you'll see that I have Reflex, Resolve, and Resilience. Those don't show up here at all. Saving throws are in the game, but they are completely invisible to the player. Based off of the thing that I read, the guy was talking about how, like, okay, so you have secret variables that just have these weird names, right? Like luck mod or whatever, that make it so that you're more likely to resist certain types of attacks. It doesn't show up anywhere in the game, but these are basically just saving throws from D&D that are so hidden from the player that they don't even have like a real name. Like the variable name isn't a super descriptive name, right? Like it's not like even the variables are just like, okay, yeah, you know, this is the thing that we use to check thingamabobber, right? And the reason that you can tell that it's like a breath save is you look and see when an attack says that the enemy breathes on you, it checks this variable, right? And you did see here that it says, you know, such and such breathes, like the coins breathe, right? So you know that that's a breath save. I don't know, it's cool stuff. So this is I wonder if the other door is actually through one of these other doors. I'm meandering my way toward the entrance. I don't want to leave until I'm able to get Waffle up. Like, I don't think there's too much reason to leave until Waffle can level up. But I am surprised. I haven't seen anything for the back row to do other than cast spells. Which is kind of interesting. like I haven't run into any ranged weapons. And I kind of suspect I'm not going to run into any ranged weapons. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take this route. And check in on where I'm actually coming out. I want to see if I am where... So... I'm going to check the other direction. Okay, I'm not going to check the other direction. I'm probably going to immediately walk out the door. We're casting bad air. We're casting bad air. And we're casting bad air. The goal right now is... I don't think that these can be affected by bad air. I just want to not get poisoned. I do love how dramatic the poison animation is. It's very camp. It at least makes it very clear that you are, in fact, getting a status effect that you definitely need to deal with. Okay. I did not get poisoned, which means that I do have the ability to just keep exploring. Okay, so this is the door at the end. It's not quite at the end, but close enough for government work. I'll check around here. Waffle has the most HP. No, because it could poison me. Or sorry, it could paralyze me. Okay, Croissant takes some damage. We're gold. So where does this go, actually? So this is rotating around. Is this just going to lead to... Oh, I'm an idiot. I should have realized this before. This goes to the next floor. Okay, so we now know how to get to the next floor. Okay. I should have thought about that when I realized that the other side, that it wasn't actually what I thought it was, that the shape wasn't what I thought it was. But now that I think about it, that's very obvious once you realize that you can't get there by going around that direction. If I was counting before, it would have been immediately clear, but I wasn't counting, and I clearly... I'm gonna blame the fact that I was sleep deprived. Because, like, that's a fairly obvious spiral once you realize that it doesn't connect out the other side. Because the only way for that to work is for it to be a spiral. That only makes sense if you think of it as a spiral. Embarrassing. Okay, so now we know how to get to the next floor. And I guess we just take the path to the next floor once we've leveled up. I think that's how we do things. That is how we roll. So, we can cast Heal. Nice. Ooh, we getting the good. We're getting the good luck here. Don't fall in love with them characters. All of them might not make it. Hey, you know what? I believe in them. 4 new tier 4 spells. Holy shit. And our HP actually continues to go up. That's kind of crazy. But I guess it's because my vitality is so high that it's my HP. Because the other characters don't. None of them have good vitality, I don't think. Like, my vitality for you is just hit 16. So if I can get to... So this 18 did not change. None of the 18s have changed. We're looking to see if I ever get a minus on an 18. I haven't seen a minus on any of the 18s so far. I'm tempted to think that the stats don't actually go down once they go up in the first place. If I was going to do a build, if I was going to go for like a build optimize, which I'm not doing for this run, to be clear, but if I was going to want to optimize some build stuff, I wonder how I would approach it. The key is that I would want to get my characters to... I think I would probably go Bishop first. So I would go Bishop first. And then switch from Bishop after I had gotten to like level 17 or whatever level you need to get access to your highest level priest spells. Once I get access to the highest level priest spells, the 7th level spells. Okay, so we now have... We already had this. True Sight. This is excellent. And Statue, Sleep Effect. Blocks spellcasting. Interesting. Unfortunately, none of these are a heal. So I didn't get access to a heal spell for my 2nd level spells, which is too bad. Let's see here. I think I am going to toss out some heals to the party. Do I have to like manually cast spells? Is that how that works? Because it says on the bottom, it says cast what spell? So maybe I have to read spell books to get a list, and then so I think what's happening here. So this game has the ability. I have the ability to pull data. The developers had the ability to pull data from here that isn't currently being listed. Right. That's why you have stuff like the saving throws available. So there's UI elements here that are additional stuff. So if you go over to spells, you might think that this is looking at the spell book, but it's not. It says cast what spell. And the reason it says cast what spell is because this UI has this data on it, but it also has this data on it. Right? You can see the items. Latumofis. So Latumofis is presumably a spell. Latumofis cures poison. So good to know there will be a spell that cures poison eventually. I don't have it, unfortunately. But, so this screen has the item screen on it, but this screen, when I switch to it, is using the, from this screen, use button to go over to here. And then these context windows actually allow me to swap out of there or do something. I'm somehow moving things around. I don't know how the give to party member works. I don't know what sequence of inputs it's giving to this to make that happen, right? Actually, that's interesting. When I do that, look at this. Now it says cast what spell. Right? So we've moved this screen around a bunch to make that happen, and I'm curious what happened to cause that. I getting into the programming of it and how this is all assembled, I think is very interesting. So I don't know. I think that this is pretty cool. So, but yeah, the cast what spell is because on this screen, when I move to this spot, it's instead of going read spell books to pull up what spell books I have, it's instead going. Well, actually, that might actually be using a consumable. I don't think so, though. I think that's the consumables are probably a different thing. Doesn't matter. Point being, this is now going to cast what spell instead of a thing that would list out what spells you have, and I think that that's cool. I think that that's a cool element to it. Actually, I will be right back. 1 second. we return. Yeah, this game is probably super playable with a controller too. I'm tempted to try out playing it with a controller, just because of the fact. You know, I'm gonna see how it works. I'm gonna start up my controller. I want to see. I don't really want to play it with a controller because I like the setup, the UI that I'm using. But I'm like just gonna go full shill, and like just test out a different control scheme so that I have something else to. I'm not gonna lie, it actually is very comfy to. This is actually a more comfortable way to move around, but once I start navigating menus, I'm gonna wish that I was using the next setup I was using before. Which I guess I could just put down the controller and do that. Not me saying that I can do the thing that I complained about Genshin for. Let's see. I played Genshin like once and I was like, no. I should not need to switch between like keyboard and mouse and controller depending on which part of the game I'm interacting with. For those who are unaware of like what the complaint was. But the key there is I shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to. This works actually really well. This works quite well. I realized as I was interacting with the so I can cast Calfo if I want, but I'm not going to. Let's hit French Toast. Splinter's Trap, don't want that for me. Waffle took nothing. I think there's like a 0.1% chance per character level of taking no damage from traps. Right, so I don't need to come through. I think I go to the elevator instead. I want to check what enemies the third floor has available to me. I guess I already kind of did, right? I'm gonna go heal. This will give me the opportunity to check a couple things with the controller setup. They should give me money to be a shill. The problem is no one's ever going to give me money to be a shill because I'll just be a shill. This is the problem with me, is that I'm way too much of a shill for the things that I like, and I would never be a shill for the things that I don't like. So, because like the thing is that there's a lot of people out there who, the way that like they're not going to just go into the details of like, oh, let me test out this thing. Let me take a look at this, you know, this thing here and how I really like this like element of this thing and go into depth about it, which is what you want from your shills, right? You want your shills to like get some talking points going, right? And most people won't do that naturally for the things that they like. But they're willing to do it for the things that they don't like, if they're paid enough. Because, like, it doesn't mean anything to them. Whereas for me, I'll do that shit naturally for the things that I like, which means there's no reason for the people who make things that I like to give me any money. It's a huge problem. But the other issue is that, you know, if you give me money, at some point I'm going to be like, this let me talk at length about this minuscule complaint that I have about this very specific interaction that I'm unhappy about. Worst game ever. 0 to 10. I don't know who Trebor is, but apparently he sucks. Okay, so what do we feel like? Do we feel like... Let's just go down naturally to the third floor and see what happens. I am curious about the fact that we seem to... which one was it? Okay, this is the zombies. These could paralyze me. And given that they could paralyze me, I think I do just hit this spell undead and hope for the best. Done. I think turn undead is a good choice. I don't think that I need the EXP that zombies are going to provide me. It doesn't matter if there's zombies or something else. Whatever they are, the important thing to remember is Tribble sucks. That's so true. Oh shit, I should have... Here, if I leave this floor, will that redo it? I want to see if I come down here, if there's a... if it's visible. Unfortunately, I didn't make the check this time, I don't think. Have concerns. I am curious about the fact that there doesn't seem to be any, like, static loot sources. Masked women. Okay, so we have some kunoichi, I assume? Okay. It's a lot of EXP. Suboptimal. I don't think... Okay, that's real rough that they can poison. And they're immune to sleep, I think. I'm just gonna cast Matu. Shit. I have multiple people who are poisoned, which means I have multiple people who I need to be healing as we go up. That's pretty rude. That's pretty rude right there. I hate that for me. They might not be fully immune to the sleep. Okay, well, luckily at -1 they do periodically miss me. Okay, all three of them missed me that round. I love that. It's rough. Okay. So he took out all 3 ninjas. All 6 ninjas or whatever. So that's 1,500 EXP. And we have to walk all the way out of this spiral is the problem. Okay. Okay, we didn't run into a single random encounter on the way back. Lucky us. Lucky us. We go back into the maze now that we're no longer poisoned. And let's start spamming some spells. Whew. So, those ninjas are going to be a problem. The fact that I don't have the ability to cure poison is, I think, a major issue for me right now. I wonder... It's going to take so long for me to get access to higher level spells. Like, what level is my bishop actually going to be able to do that? Like, is a bishop a viable strategy for getting all of the spells? I don't even know. At some point, I need to replay this game. We're doing our casual run here, but at some point, I need to redo this game with like a full tryhard build. It is actually kind of funny because I do think that it's funny that there don't seem to be any ranged weapons in the game. I'm kind of curious what the back row is supposed to be doing. Because you don't get that many spell casts, right? Like, you're not casting that many. Well, but I am using hybrids. Like, how often am I supposed to be coming back up? Is, I think, a legitimate question. Am I supposed to be coming back up, like, constantly? Like, I'm going down, I'm fighting, like, one mediocre fight, and then immediately going back upstairs? I actually don't think the game tracks gear requirements. Like, I don't think the different classes have different gear available to them. So, because the different classes don't have different gear available to them, I could put a mage on the front line and stuff like that. If I wanted. The only disadvantage of doing that is that they don't have as many boosts to their damage. But if we go for another level or two without any of our 18s dropping, I'm going to suspect that the stats can't drop anymore once they hit 18. I'm not positive on that. I just don't know for sure, but that is my suspicion. So, if that's true, that would be a big deal. Like, do I want to take the elevator instead? The thing about taking the elevator is that was a... I feel like that was a dead end. I could also take the elevator down to floor 4. I don't feel like I want to take the elevator down to floor 4, though. I really wish that I had access to... So if I fight ninjas, they are definitely going to poison me is the thing. And I don't have an answer to poison right now. I should have an answer to poison because I have a potion that cures poison. So in theory, I should have an answer to that, but I'm not willing to use that. So since I'm not really willing to use that, it changes. So basically, every time poison gets hit on me, I should just be using an antidote, right? That's basically how that should work. It's like, okay, the poison just requires that I use an antidote, and I can only carry a certain amount with me, right? I was facing... Oh! Decent chance we're getting poisoned again. I would love to get some better gear. We didn't even go downstairs and we're poisoned already. I wonder if there's something that'll give me immunity to poison. I am curious about the fact that I've gotten so little. I found so little gear. Like, just at all. Like, I found a couple of, like, random shields and things like that. But broadly speaking, I haven't really found much in terms of, like, loot. Which I do find unusual. I do find that unusual, but... Where the fuck am I? Okay, yes. I got confused about the first and second floor. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Okay, we are going to have to unfortunately heal ourselves back up. Let's see. I wonder if there isn't a second level heal spell. There might or might not be. Might or might not be. I wish I could interview the developers. That'd be kind of fun. I'm not a good. I wouldn't be a good interviewer. So by that I do mean I wish. I wish I could see an interview with the developers from someone who's going to ask the questions that I want to ask. Actually, you know what? I don't. That's not what I want. What I want is I want to just run into one of the developers on a plane where, like, we have nothing better to do than just chat, and, like, I'm not, like, wasting their time or taking up their time. They're just bored on a plane. And I can just talk to them for 4 hours of the plane ride about, like, some bullshit. You can tell, by the way, that I live in Singapore because I say 4 hours of the plane ride as if that's a small portion of the plane ride, which it is. Which it just is. Because I live in Singapore. So, unless I'm traveling in Southeast Asia, which is not where I'm going, I am going to be going for a very, very long plane ride somewhere. I'm trying to remember, I think the plane ride to Japan is something like 8 hours. Just like getting to Japan is 8 hours, I think. I don't remember for sure. But that's like a super short trip. Going to Japan is such a like breath of fresh air because it's so short. Like, just getting to Japan is so easy compared to getting to the Americas or Europe. And it's always really funny when I hear people complaining about the plane rides that they get on to, like, visit, you know, Europe or something, and they live in fucking New York, and they're like, oh, I had a 3-hour flight. It was so long. It was such a long flight. Look, it doesn't make me wish ill upon them, but it doesn't not make me want to wish ill upon them. So yeah, I think that anyone can use any equipment. So starting equipment is impacted by the thinger, but I wonder if the stuff with bonuses actually gives saving throw bonuses as well. But yeah, I haven't found. It says much treasure and renown is promised to those who venture forth to recover it, but I haven't seen any. I found the boss of the first level. But he didn't drop anything. I wonder if there's like some unique gear that will occasionally drop from that boss. I like the idea of going in blind, but I also do like the idea of knowing, like, what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, I'm wondering. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're going to do this before we do anything else. We're going to explore the space. So hopefully this is interesting for people because we're exploring the space. And by exploring the space, I mean we're going to stand in one spot. And fight the same boss 5 times in a row. That's what's happening here. So these are probably undead, so I could probably turn undead on at least one of them. I don't think we need to do that though. I'm just gonna fight. Murphy's Ghost is interesting because if I was gonna think about like optimal play for this game, for like how to safely power up my party. Safely powering up my party would probably entail coming to this room and fighting this boss, like, over and over and over again. Going to the next level is really dangerous, and this boss is actually, I think, less dangerous than a lot of the creatures on this level. The rogues are more dangerous than these. The rogues we've established hit for 15 damage sometimes. We only saw it happen once. I think it must have crit me. It must have gotten a crit. But we've never seen this boss hit for more than 2 damage. It hits for exactly 2 damage every single time. So, and it gives me like, I think it was like 1400 EXP per party. So this is the highest EXP encounter I have available to me right now. Even on like, level 3, the ninjas I think were giving about as much EXP as this guy gave. And they were obviously a much more dangerous fight. They were probably a shorter fight though. So I think I have the ability to turn off the animations, right? That might have been that actually might have been in the original game. That might not be in this. It might not have been talking about animations. It might have just been talking about like text delays. Okay, Murphy's Ghost is toast. Yeah, the reason that I'm not worrying about the regen is because it's not going to meaningfully slow me down. So yeah, that's like 9,000 EXP. So... If I was level 10, I could do some really crazy stuff. It is all that I'm supposed to do on each floor. I guess probably all I'm looking to do is get the keys for each floor. Like I'm thinking about this, and there's nothing stopping me from going straight from the first floor, the second that I get there, to the third floor. Ignoring the elevator, right? Obviously I can take the elevator. But beyond just the elevator, I can actually... none of the keys are blocking my path to the actual next floor. So I've now got, like, a gold key, and that was what everything was leading to. The copper key and the silver key lead to the 2 statuettes that unlock the door that leads to the gold key. But the gold key doesn't lead to the next area. The gold key is... It isn't required. So I'm wondering if the first 3 floors are an exploration unit where you're not necessarily meant to find all the keys in order. Okay, Chur's kind of beat up now. Fortunately, no chest. I'm gonna fight this one more time. Then I will go heal up. I probably should have moved Chur out and replaced them with Muffin. Actually, you know what I should really do? Since this is such a long, extended fight, I should cast this spell. I have the ability to cast this 4 times. There's no reason for me to not have this up every single time I'm fighting. That is such a huge hit. Holy shit. You know, I also don't know what percent chance I'm reducing this by, because I don't actually know what the scalars are for it. Because I don't know, is it rolling a d20? I don't know that it is, I don't even know that it's rolling a d20. So I might be influencing the accuracy by more than 10%. By this, and by 10% I mean in absolute terms, not in terms of not the relative to the likelihood to the current likelihood to hit. So on a d20, a +2 bonus is a 10% shift across the die, right? So whether that is, you know, tripling your actual percent chance to hit, right? Like, it's like, okay, I have a 5% chance to hit, and I now have a 15% chance to hit, which triples the value. It's still 10% absolute, right? The absolute value is 10. It triples your DPS, which is the relative value, but in absolute terms, it means that, like, since it deals 2 damage per hit, in absolute terms, out of 20 hits, on average, I'm taking 4 more damage per 20 attacks, right? If that makes any sense. It's just that, depending on where you are on the scale, 4 more damage per 20 attacks can either be a massive difference or a very minor difference, right? Like, if you're going from a 95% chance to hit, you have 19 chances, so that's 38 minus 4, right? You're getting, like, barely more than 10% damage reduction, right? Whereas if you're going from taking 6 damage to taking 2 damage, that's cutting your damage taken by a third, right? But either way, the absolute value of that damage, 4, right? Which of those is more relevant will depend completely on the context. In most situations, the only thing that you really care about is the relative value there, right? Like, so that means that it's usually a really big deal to give you a +2 to AC, right? That relative damage being, like, dropped by such a huge amount, because it's always going to be more than the absolute. The absolute value is 10%, and it's never going to be worse than that. Well, it will be. +2 AC could hypothetically not actually make you missable, right? This is more of a 3rd edition problem than with any other edition. But hypothetically speaking, you could be in a position where it doesn't matter how high your AC is. Like, if you boost your AC by a bit, it fully just doesn't matter. So, okay, yes. So we have established that is a one-way trip. As soon as we walk through that space, it blocks off, which means that you cannot come into here through that direction. You have to go the other way. I'd love to boost my AC by a bit more. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't seem to be super likely to get any shiny objects. From the boss there. I'm actually not sure if you have the ability. I forgot to actually do the healing before I went to rest. I'm not sure. Let's see. But yeah, I feel like one thing that I'd like. So if we're looking for an optimal multi-class, no, I don't think that it makes that much sense to worry about max HP because you don't have a max level. So I think that you do just go straight from maybe Bishop. You need to look at the efficiency of like the time efficiency. But I would think you go from probably start as Bishop, level up until you get to level 7 spells, which I don't know how long that takes, but it seems like it's going to take a long time considering I'm at level 2 spells right now. It might be better, and it very likely is better, if you're just looking to get access to the spells. And also, I think that Bishop takes more EXP to level up as well. I think Samurai takes even more than the Bishop does, but I think the Bishop has more EXP to level up with. So you might be best off going Priest into Mage, and then so go to Priest until you get to the 7th level spells, then re-speccing to Mage until you get the 7th level spells for Mage, and you don't need to get all of the spells, you just need to get one, and then you get and then from there, you swap to Ninja. So you do need to be evil for that. But none of those require that you be anything other than evil either. Yeah, Ninja just seems like it has like the best saving throw bonuses, and it has like the best like attack bonuses. Like Ninja seems like it's kind of like the ultimate class. So, do we go for another round against the boss? I'm just very curious what the point of this boss is. Because it didn't drop anything. There aren't quests in the game, right? So I wonder if the point of that enemy is to be Oh, that's interesting. Going into and out of camp actually got me into a random encounter. So that going into the menu actually consumes a sort of like time slot. Like it's like running into a wall. So there's an arcane spell that has something to do with perception. That we don't have. Okay. Do we go to the third level and just hope that we don't run into a ninja? I think we do. Let's try to hop over there. I don't think it's super likely that the boss is going to drop an item that makes me immune to poison, which is what I really need. Like that's the thing I care about. Is I care about getting like poison immunity basically. Okay. That's a concern. Does this rotate back around? Seemingly, yes. Wait, this is the elevator. Interesting. I don't know if these are going to poison me or not. Let's see, they each give 700 EXP. I think I am just going to cast Triple Bad Air. Okay, none of them seem to have been impacted by that. That really sucks. Wow. Wow. Okay, well, I guess we're going to floor 1. So rough, so rough. Do I just want to fight? I need to figure out how I'm going to make up for the fact that I don't have antidotes. Because the lack of antidotes is really killing me. The antidotes cost 300, right? So doing a serious exploration of the next section of the dungeon should, in theory, cost me... If I just bought 10 antidotes, I could do a very, very serious, like, exploration with very little risk, right? But the lack of poison healing is a really big issue. Yeah, it would take you like 10 fights against the boss to level up right now. And that seems like a lot to me. Seems like quite a bit to moi. Do I want to just try and fight an enemy on floor 4? Do I want to take them? You know what? We're going to go down to floor 4. I'm very curious about the fact that I haven't seemed to have run into any fancy items yet. So we have a single ghost. That seems like an awesome pickup for us, actually. This is a Grave Mist, which we've seen before, I think. I think this is like a 3rd level enemy. This thing just hit me for... So group size is 1d6. So the maximum amount of EXP I could get for one group of Grave Mists is 6,000, which is less than I would get for the boss. Okay. This is very concerning. The giant rodents are probably the most likely to poison me. But all of these are probably melees. We cast Sopic on everybody. We cast Bad Air on you. We cast Bad Air on you. And we cast Blessing and Zeal. We should have -5 AC with all these spells in play. So this is a very good sign. Okay. So, we're now going to just start plowing into things. We have the were-rats asleep. I'm gonna cast Bad Air. You don't have any more? No. You also don't have any more. Okay, we killed one of the ones that isn't asleep. Kill the sleeping one. Okay. So no were-rat attacks coming out this turn. The were-rats seem like the most likely targets to do bad shit to me. I don't love the fact that they're running away, honestly. I would prefer to be able to finish this fight with all the EXP that's entailed, but... Okay, you're gonna go for the kill. I think you got it. Okay. So coyotes are done. One of the... A Vorpal bunny! There we go. That's interesting. It's been identified? Question mark. But for some reason it's not showing up. There we go. Alright, and that absolutely monstrous fight. Testing Grounds Control Center. Alarming. Okay, so we attack with them. I guess we cast Darkness on you. And we can't cast Bad Air, you just guard. And then you can... these will poison me. So we cast Blessing and Zeal. That's not quite lethal. Okay, that's one down, that's two down. Third down. Nice. Okay. So we should have it within the next couple of rounds. So the alarms are interesting. We're going back to floor 1. I don't know what that alarm did. It didn't immediately trigger an enemy to come at me. We're getting the fuck out of the dungeon completely, just in case. I don't want... There we go. So. We can now, I guess, visit the inn. Let's actually cast some healing spells, and then we will actually have everybody rest at the inn. Because everybody's been casting spells, not just our priest. Okay, so going down the elevator, we do get to a floor with a bunch of new critters that we haven't seen before. Alright, so everybody's taking a nap. Shield +1 gives me an additional point of AC over my current shield. I don't know why breastplate +1 exists. Is the thing. I'm wondering if I should buy the copper gloves. Or if I should just hold on to my money for the inevitable situation where my entire party gets wiped. Or 2 people die and I need to revive them. Excuse me. But Trevor is the person I'm working for. Are we the baddies? Are we the baddies? Alright, we're gonna go to the 3rd floor the natural way. Take the natural route. I'm gonna try to I think I will do the double boosts to my AC on round 1 if I run into ninjas again. Wait, did that say by... So more can be learned about this creature by setting the old school option enemy identification system to inspect enemy and attempting to inspect during combat. So that option is... How do I use fast combat? Okay. So... How do I turn on fast combat? Where am I? Okay, we're at the entrance. We go left here. Okay. Good to know, good to know, good to know. Very useful information to have. I'm not going to heal. I might actually need, because this is such a, fuck. Alright, I don't like this. These can poison. I did surprise them, which is good. So you're gonna cast Blessing and Zeal. So we'll have -1 AC for this fight. So, I wonder... I don't have the ability to... Okay. I'm concerned about this. I'm just gonna pop out immediately. So I do think that the treasure chests are basically going to just be tied to what enemy I encounter. Some advanced classes are something, and then it said something about gear. Now, how do I get gear? I feel like I should, in theory, have access to better gear by now. Am I just fundamentally missing a mechanic? Is that what's happening? Similar to how I missed out on the fact that I was in fact resting when I... Am I supposed to be like farming up it says where some of the best gear, which is interesting actually. The implication of that is that there is gear that's locked to classes. Right, but... like, this doesn't say anything about being limited to certain classes. I guess I could try equipping it on somebody who... like, I could try equipping it on my bishop. So the third floor has several critters that can poison me. Do I want to go beat up this boss? I'm gonna try fighting this boss a few more times. The thing that I'm curious about is that it just feels weird to think that I haven't actually found any loot at all yet. Like, I mean, I've found, like, a normal shield twice or whatever, right? Actually gonna use dismissive venom on the deck. I'm curious also if enemies that if I dispel an enemy, if I can get the loot for it. I know I don't get the EXP for it. It would be nice to have better weapons. Yeah, it's entirely possible that this is immune to turn up dead. Okay, Pancake kills Murphy's ghost. Okay, since we're now going to be damaging this thing, it seems like a waste to try to dispel it. Such nice hits. Imagine if we had, like, proper weapons. Imagine the life we would lead. Yeah, the one thing that feels like it's missing from this game is we have all these complicated, like, dungeon layouts, but I don't feel like I feel like the whole layout is just empty of things, for the most part. Like, there isn't anything to do in most of the dungeon, which I find interesting. So, we could keep searching this room if we wanted. How much utility is there in doing so? I don't know. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to here. Because we have this section here that was really weird. It's like a bunch of doors. It's just a secret door after secret door after secret door, right? For some reason. But then it felt like it all went back on itself, right? Like, eventually the only way to go just led back to where I started, which seems weird. Every enemy but one runs. Okay. So this door opens. Like, it feels like this just rotates back. And maybe that is just the point. That could well be the point, is that it just rotates back. So this door. So these are just connected in the most, silly way possible. That leads out. that. Okay, so this leads to here. So it does just lead in a circle. It does seem like this section has a boss here named Murphy that you can fight for some reason. The reason is unclear. I wish I could increase my accuracy. I guess I technically can, I just cast Darkness on the boss. But yeah, I wish that I could increase my... but I guess you wouldn't have a buff for a stat that you can't see. Like, I guess that makes sense. It would be a little weird to be able to buff a stat that's, like, invisible. Can I just do some of this shit? Oh. I must have pressed triangle, and so it's got the HP bars showing all the time instead of just... Pretty good hit. Ooh, that's a real nice hit. I like that hit. I'm glad I switched that target off. That's like almost perfect. Like I think if I did like 1 or 2 points less damage, I probably wouldn't have killed it. Because it still had some HP left. Like the HP bar was not nearly gone. Man, imagine if I could regen HP. I wonder if I can. You know, they do have regen. They do regen 1 HP every turn. I wonder if they drop an item that gives 1 point of HP regen per turn. How intense would that be? There's no shot they drop something like that, right? That would be way too crazy. Way too useful. So... we'll do one more. I just really want to see what they drop. I'm actually going to have you cast Sopic on the first round. I just don't have very much HP on Churro, so if I just give Churro -5 AC, we have a much more comfortable time just spamming. So how do I do quick combat? Because if I could do the quick combat, let's find this out. I'll just Google it. So what is it? Wizardry something? So it looks like they don't. So the original game had a time thing, and they don't have it in this. Interesting. So, but this is from 2024. I wonder if this is a thing that they eventually... Okay, so yes, they eventually changed this, so how do I do it? That's very funny. It's locked behind fully inspecting the enemy. But if it's locked behind fully inspecting the enemy, then if you have it on the... If you have the game on the original settings, you can't inspect the enemy? Do I want to just change that one setting? Because so in the original game, you could just change the combat speed. It wasn't locked behind anything. So I'm wondering. I think I maybe do that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna see how fast I can clear through this fight. So, this is a game that has a lot of grinding in it, right? The ability to fully turn off the combat animations is a critical component. Like, it's so funny because like one of the people was like, oh, the way that I play this game broadly on this setting of the speed of the time setting, which is basically the speed of how fast the game would run. And then my dad would play on this other setting. He would play it a little bit faster. We both had non-default settings. I slowed it down from the default, and he increased the speed from the default, right? But both of them have at like similar range. It was like 2K versus 3K, and the default is 2500. And then, but when you're just like grinding an enemy, you just set it to 1, right? And so it's this interesting dynamic where a fairly core feature of the original game has been, shall we say, forgotten about. So we'll I think we'll turn on the inspect option, because the other thing is that I don't necessarily want to grind an enemy so many times that I find out what it drops naturally. One thing that I really like in games is when you have the ability to inspect an enemy and like use a skill to identify their stuff, but the bestiary fills itself up as they do the thing anyway. So let's see here. So let's change the old school options. We will change the inspect thing. And we're changing it to inspect enemy because we just need to be able to change the combat speed. So I'm probably this is the inspect enemy thing. Gotcha. Okay, I have no idea why they did that. This is one of those weird things where like you see this very commonly with whatchamacallit, with people who make like remakes of old games. I wasn't expecting to run into literally any of that in this game, considering that they're literally running the original thing under the helm. It's very strange to me to run into like a quality of life thing that existed in the original game having been removed. Is very, very funny to me. It's like, yes. Here's the original, thing. And then, okay, great, you've had the original thing, but have you had the thing with, without the quality of life that existed at the time? Wow, you really need to invest a lot of time trying to inspect shit. Holy shit. I mean, I guess it does something. It gives me something to do with my back line. It might just be because Murphy's Ghost is like super high level or something. Oh, I can see its base AC. 10d10 plus 10. Oh, okay. Did it have... Was there a card system in the original game? I'm curious, like, how... I'll have to take a look on the bottom and see what the enemies look like when they're unidentified versus identified, and if their name changes. It is amazing how many times I've failed to learn anything about this. Yeah, this by the way is a good opportunity for a mod to fix a problem that is like an, I would say, ideological problem with the original developer. Is they don't want you to have access to quality of life of this specific type, so they begrudgingly unlocked it if you... Oh my god, there's so much here. Can I... Guardian Treasure Type D. Oh, spelling me. Okay, so there's a level drain breath attack? That's horrifying. Okay. Level 3 ninja. Oh, level 3 ninja because it's on the 3rd level of the dungeon? Gotcha. Accompanied by Murphy's Ghost 80% of the time? Treasure Type D. Okay, so this creature doesn't drop anything. So we don't need to keep fighting it. Good to know. Whew. We now know that we don't need to keep fighting that. Now, unfortunately, that is the only creature that I, Where the hell am I? Oh, I actually was just at the entrance, I think. Alright, let's attack, inspect. So Guardian is presumably when you fight it as a thinger. Okay. Let's see if it goes right here. Nope. Okay, so I could fight against that boss over and over again to get the thinger. Given that I'm probably not going to reach the point with most of these enemies that I'm actually getting. Oh, spell points exhausted. Yeah. We need to get the hell out of here. That I'm going to be able to actually speed up the combat speed, because it turns out that that's like actually a hugely difficult thing to accomplish. That's so funny. God, what a massive fuck you. That's so... locking that behind... Locking the increased speed for the encounter behind... behind that is legitimately a giant fuck you to everyone who requested it. That is spite. Which is a thing. When anytime you're looking at any sort of like particularly indie, but just commonly with retro games, very commonly with retro games, you will see the periodic just like absolute fuck you, how dare you request this feature. I'm going to make this feature that has been requested by basically everybody technically exist, because, you know, people are going to keep complaining about the fact that it doesn't exist otherwise. And I'm going to lock it behind the most stupid bullshit possible. Just so that I can point at it and say, oh, well, we implemented this feature. But, like, it's so funny because of the fact that, like, you have the game running... Where's my cursor? You have the game running right here, right? You can see it. You can even see on there the time button, the time thing that you can just press T to get to time. That time button is to increase or decrease the speed the game runs at. That's what it does. That's what that setting is for. So like on the main menu, you can just on the fly change your speed around to make combat run faster or slower. Where is it? See time right here? It's right here on the main menu. It's a core component of the original game. And they're like, you know what? Fuck you. Fuck you. We have no intention of looking into this. Fast forward to like what I was reading was basically the people in the early access were all like, when are you going to like put the time feature in, because it's right there, like we can see it, right? We can see it. It's right here. It's right here. When is this gonna? When is it gonna be like usable in the thing? It's like, you know, dead silence that eventually we don't actually have any intentions of ever implementing it, and then people just going, wait, what? Why? What are you talking about? Why wouldn't you implement that? And then they do the final release, and then everybody's like, hey, where's this core feature? Where's this core feature of the game? Don't worry about it. Okay, we're actually going to go back to the other version of this, because there's really no reason to worry about it. If I don't actually... Actually, wait, no. If I do this roll per combat thing, then this will actually slow me down even more, because then it'll also run the animation for the identification each time, I believe. So I'm just not going to worry about it. We'll leave it like this. This will also let me inspect some things to see what they drop. It doesn't matter that much, though, honestly, because I can't farm anything is the issue. Like, I can't farm like a specific enemy. So that was rude of you. That was very rude of you. So we have a bunch of capybaras that are attacking us. I should probably boost my AC on Churro. Let's see here. I could get better. I just realized that I also haven't gotten my spell points back. Oh wait, let's just do that. So Churro now has -5 AC. That should be plenty. And inspect. Okay, we can actually. Oh, can I learn anything from a corpse? I wonder what the inspect chance is. Because, like, it's seemingly pretty low. I think what I'll do is I will, this is a problem. Churro's very low already. So, if Churro gets, oh my god. Churro might die. We still have 5 heal spells, at least. But we should be fine as long as nobody else. Well, actually, even if anybody else gets poisoned, they're not low enough on HP to run into a problem. Let's see. It is funny though that everyone's talking about like that one enemy. They're just like, oh yeah, you know, obviously, you know. When I was looking for, like, the increasing the speed, everyone's like, oh, well, like, but when I'm farming this one enemy, this one specific enemy for EXP, as we all did and have done, what am I supposed to do? Well, I'm supposed to do that while waiting for the longest animation of all time? What is happening? Why would you do this to us? Alright, well, we are out of heals. We got some incredibly poor rolls there. But I think we're going to be okay. I think we'll be okay. It's actually really unfortunate that that thing doesn't have a drop. The fact that that doesn't have a drop means that some enemies do have drops and others don't. Which is real rough. Who's gonna stay at the inn? It'll be Waffle. You know what? I'm actually gonna have everybody stay. 5,000, 4,000. I mean, we're pretty close to leveling up again. Which is good. That's good. Let's see. Yeah, Churro came disturbingly close to going down there. Man, I really hope I get Cure Poison soon. If I get Cure Poison, then I'll be, I think in fairly good shape. But it would be nice to have more characters who can heal. But I do think that it's kind of funny to have 5 samurai. And honestly, considering that the only thing I can do from the back row is cast spells, I actually don't know that it makes that huge of a difference. Either way. Oh, oops. I guess it's fine, because I'm not aging up anyway. That's so funny, though. Go through so much effort to, like, directly one-to-one emulate the game, and then disable the time option. That's it. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, yep, that is actually exactly what I would expect someone who's going to directly one-to-one mirror it would do. There's always going to be something like that. There's always something. Oh, man, that's funny. Okay, so I think I'm actually going to just walk into one of these doors. I'd like to get... Okay, I'm going to try to max inspect this. Okay, we observed new details about it. Okay. We deduced new insight, and now we know all there is to know about Bubbly Slime. So clearly, some enemies are easier or harder to inspect. I wonder if it's based off of level. So, R2 toggles fast combat. How do I know when it's on? Okay, it's now on. Okay. That is going to speed things up dramatically. That will speed things up a lot. Let's see. Right, so now I can actually check. Does it drop anything? Random encounter treasure type A. Guardian treasure type K. %10 chance of dropping anything from this list when it is a guardian. Okay. I think that is when you open... like a door, basically. So we're going to... fight... inspect... And I'm not going to do the other thing. I will just cast Blessing and Zeal. These do have the ability to do some bad stuff to me. Those are both dead. 7 damage. Yeah, these bushwhackers have crazy DPS. Okay. We open the chest with French toast. Alright, go to the bestiary. Accompanied by orcs 10% of the time. So, bushwhacker. We don't have a thing for. So yeah, the rogues are not as strong as the bushwhackers are. Good to know. So is the thing that I want to do... to basically just walk into each of these rooms once. So if I had to guess, I would say that each of these rooms that's like that looks like this, these are all treasure rooms. And these treasure rooms have a probability. And the reason that I haven't been... Yes, the reason I haven't been finding loot is because most enemies... So this is a guardian treasure. This only drops treasure as a guardian. That's so rude. Received a potion. And because they only give treasure as a guardian, we basically need to find... the thinger. So we enter the maze. French Toast needs to get back in the front row. And then I think what we're going to do is we're going to head down to floor 2 and find a guardian section. I think I now understand how this works, basically. So on floor 2, I will go to one of the rooms that has a thinger. And I will fight the enemies in that room and just keep chain doing that. So the dynamic of this game is that there will be treasure rooms that may or may not have treasure, may or may not have enemies. On any given run. And if they do have enemies, they can drop... those rooms can drop loot. Cast. So we got some new details about this. God fucking damn it. Oh, we got deduced. So that means that now there shouldn't be any animations for these, as long as I'm on fast, which I am. Perfect. So both offensive and defensive, like both for the enemies and the thinger, we should be golden. Why do evil guys get the best gear? That's such a good question. Okay, so the creeping crud, we should now open the treasure matrix. This has a 10% chance to drop any of this stuff. Okay. So if we run into one of those, like a pack of those guarding a treasure, then it's guaranteed to have garbage, basically. So, with that being the case, I wonder... I think that that's because of the fact that they're slimes. I'm assuming that the slimes are guaranteed to drop garbage. So... Okay. So we now need another 4,000-ish experience. But I think what we mostly need is to identify where we need to go to get some shiny loot. And I think that the answer to that is probably right here. Okay, we have we have 3 bubbly slimes and 5 less. There's 2 numbers here, and neither of them is 2. Oh shit! We've got... It's almost 1 o'clock already. So we have somehow gotten all the way to 1 o'clock without me realizing that we were getting anywhere near there. That's actually super interesting. So it looks to me like the inspect thing is just based off of the target that you ran into on the initial fight. It doesn't include the ads. So it's just checking the initial creature. Because the combat was going at the speed. Even when I was attacking the things that were not fully inspected. Okay, we got the observe check done. Pancake kills a zombie. We failed to learn anything new about zombie. Okay. Okay. Open chest. Crossbow trap does a bit of damage. Okay, we got a helm. So, if we look at zombie, the treasure matrix here is treasure type K. Or A, depending. So there's no items in this. So that was a guardian. That was, I think... Yes, so that's this room. So this room is a treasure room. Okay, I think any room that looks like that is just going to be a treasure room. Does this room look like that? Yes, it does. My assumption is that it's not going to count as a treasure room every time I enter the door. But maybe it will. Like, if I run into an enemy here, Does this count? As a treasure room for our purposes. Like, can I just walk in and out of this room over and over again? To get shiny loot. I don't think so, because if I feel like I would have gotten something from that if it was. So we're gonna pop upstairs. Do we need... I feel like we're slowly starting to learn the mechanics here. That's a no. Do I don't have to leave the entire dungeon to reset that, I hope. So I have to reset the entire dungeon to reset that. That'll be rough. But yeah, so now I know why it is that there's so many, like, weirdly shaped dead ends. It's because they're treasure rooms. So those are the only places that I'm going to get loot. I noticed that there was, like, a higher encounter rate for that shape of room. So this is a treasure room. So we have a level 1 mage here. I'm actually tempted to just inspect it, but it's going to run away anyway, so there's no reason to, like, not kill it. We observed. We deduced! We already know everything there is to know about mages. Look at us. And we can deduce after they're dead. Okay, so we didn't get any loot off of that. Where's the mage? 20% to get chance to get one of the following. So we can get plate off of these. But they can't drop anything useful. This is all starting gear. Oh, but there's a 10% chance to award one of the following, which are a bunch of unknown items. So presumably those are unknown items. Hopefully only until I find those items. Like, once I have identified those items, they'll show up on my list, hopefully. But that explains what the point of this room is. This room's purpose is to give me a couple more treasures to play with. We'll go grab the treasures over here. I'm curious about these. I'm going to... These do not run away. I'm going to fully deduce these before I... Oops, I skipped through the inspect phase for the first turn. Yeah, I'm going to fully deduce these before I finish the fight off, because these do not hit very hard. They usually miss. They might actually... But I might have high enough, like, breath saves that they can't actually... do anything. And also, it'll speed things up dramatically once I get the deduce done. Once I get the deduce done, we don't have to see their combat animation. Okay. They have fast animations. I don't have any problem whatsoever with the attack animations for these. Let's see. Failed. How dare. I'm actually going to have a mass inspect on this group this turn. We know all there is to know about creeping coins. Perfect. Perfect. Shoop. There we go. Okay, so the creeping coin fights should go very fast now. We can also take a look at what they can do for us as well. It's interesting that the treasure lists are so broad, actually. I was not expecting that. I was thinking, like, individual enemies would drop specific things, but it's, like, not at all. That's a lot of EXP, holy shit. Okay, we have the ability to level up on multiple characters. I'm going to take a look at my bestiary. Let's look at the creeping coin. So, random encounter type C treasure. So no items at all. Okay. So the mimics, at least the coin mimics, do not drop. So are you a guaranteed spawn here? I think this might be a guaranteed spawn of a level 1 mage here. I feel like I've seen a level 1 mage here before. Like, specifically this encounter, I think I've run into this exact encounter multiple times. We received a potion. Okay, we don't immediately get another one. I'm gonna go downstairs. I know I have the ability to level up to 9, and that's very exciting. I'm gonna go downstairs. And we're going to then pop back up, and I'm going to check if I go into that room, do I immediately run into another level 1 mage? Because if I do, then I think that this will be a room. Okay, we don't run into a level 1 mage, but we do run into a group of enemies. Unfortunately, this is a group of enemies that doesn't do anything useful for me. Like, we can't get anything good out of these. They only drop normal equipment. French Toast is paralyzed, so it's time to leave. That is a lot of enemies. We don't have the orcs fully identified yet. But everything else here is fully identified. Alright. So, everybody can level up now. Yeah, I do think we're probably... We're gonna want somebody to be multi-classed into a ninja. I might multi-class the first character to hit 17 in all stats. Honestly, I might multi-class all of them to ninja eventually. I don't know how. Do I? I don't know how. I don't know what I want to do. All right, we're gonna stay at the inn. Unfortunately, your luck is very far behind, but you did get plus 15 HP, so you are in a much better position. Okay, plus 19 HP. Hell yeah. You got 2 new arcane spell points. And you're getting fairly close. Your lowest stat is 12. Your luck has just dropped, which isn't great. A tier 3 spell point has been obtained. And we got a new tier 1 spell point, so we can actually heal one more time. That's excellent. So, you have 3 stats at 18. You actually... French Toast is very likely going to be the first character to switch to ninja. Oh wait, they can't switch to ninja. They're not the right alignment. Shit. Well, I guess I'm fucked then. Okay. Let's see here. I guess Waffle is the only one who can switch to ninja and is just going to have to do it. Alright, let's enter the maze. We're going to take a look at our spell list. And then we're going to end once we've taken a look at what spells we have now. So let's take a look at this. Big Fire. So this does 46 damage to a group of enemies, which is not terrible. That's a pretty cool spell to have. Big Fire, also known as, you know, Fireball. 3rd level spell. Imagine that. Let's see here. So yeah. So my guess is that I'll get access to 3rd level, like, priest spells. I need to look at the spell list. Sorry, not the spell list. The levels that characters learn spells at. Because my bishop is not learning them fast. Like, way slower than I would have expected. But either way, let's take a look at... Wait. I'm actually going to check my inventory, because I did pick up an item at some point that I am going to check. Okay, I can switch character. Let's give this to Waffle. Give this to Waffle. And then Waffle is going to identify this. It is a -1 AC bonus. Okay, that is just what I'm expecting to see. And this is a Potion of Dios. So this is a heal potion. So before we change anything else, let us inspect you. And let's give Croissant this helm. And we need to put French Toast back on the front line. Once we've done those things... Okay, forgot to equip. So we're going to equip this, and then we are going to move you to here. There we go. So with you moved there, we now have our party in proper position. We're loading, and how do I can just save and exit. Save and quit. So that was a good time. So thank you everyone for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure to stream for you today. I am happy that we found some drama. I think that that's very funny. It's not a big deal. It's just very funny that they locked that behind a mechanic that you won't even have active if you have it on the old school options. It's just it's very funny. It's very salty development there. I think that was very funny. So yeah. So I'll see y'all tomorrow when we're gonna start working on trying to figure out how to get loot tomorrow. Later, folks.